interesting at times. It's 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 really coming down to like personal preferences. I'm gonna shut down the stream together in case Battle accidentally joins. I haven't seen him, so I don't think he's going to be here. Okay. Okay. So the wet palette is nice when you're doing so. You're painting models. Are you using standard acrylic paints or are you using like test enamel paints? Yeah. So, like for what you're doing, the acrylics tend to work a little bit better when you can have that big wet palette or the well palettes, kind of. Because I mean, you're using like large swaths of it. You're not using small pieces. I mean, I had plastic palettes like that as well. It, but I mean, that's what you need, right? That's all you need. Um, I need to add an audio source. That's what I need to do. Audio source. Oh, you're fine. You're fine. This. Yeah, that works. So
Now I gotta reach over my cam all the time because I don't wanna go like this. I wanna just dive my arm through all the time.
well, welcome
Shit.
to my joys of things.
Shit. God.
This is this
It's
is me on like a daily trying to remember where the camera's at all times and making sure I don't accidentally go, whoops. Application Discord. Discord. Okay. So where are you at? You were there. Yeah. I have no
yeah.
idea if I'm hearing two.
Well, I can look into the stream and
Oh, I
yeah,
have no idea.
I am being heard,
You are being heard,
but I'm
yes. I just don't want to make sure I'm not doubling myself up.
that's fair, yeah.
That's my fear.
If you want to, you can tone me a bit down on the stream if you want to.
I am being heard. You are being heard. I just don't want to make sure I'm not. I don't sound like I'm doubling myself. That's good. Yay! We did it!
Oh
Success!
shit.
This is the
Shit.
fastest we've ever been up and running with Stay in Frame. So now I'm curious. I'm curious. If I swap to my Collab stream. All of these guys get turned off. This gets turned off. If I make sorry. It's just going to be the way that it is tonight. I don't know who's online with us, so it's just me and Multi tonight. Yay! It's the boys' club.
Love it, man. Love it.
All right. So you are working on one of your battleships again.
Yes. Yes.
Was this the,
Scharnhorst.
was this the kit that like made you rage? The Rebel kit, or is that a
No,
different kit?
no. That's a trumpeter kit here. But the Revel kit is kind of bullshit. But I finished it already.
Ah,
Yes, yes, it is finished. A long time ago it was finished as well. I gotta mix it up.
it I mean, you're talking to me. I mix up
Yeah,
everything because
yeah,
I never know what I'm doing. Sometimes I log into stream and it's like, we'll work on this. We'll work on that. We'll work on that.
yeah. I'm kind of like that too. I sometimes I just tend to switch around on which things I work on, but I hate it, and I wonder why I do it. That's the worst thing.
Well, I mean,
And I just set myself the goal. I want to work on the ship, and then suddenly I'm working on the base again.
that's about normal for most things sometimes. To be honest with you, it's hard to like stay focused on one task because my Puss in Boots. I started working on him, you know, started working on the base, kind of got tired of working on the base, picked up and started working on other things. And then, you know, now I'm working on the fur and it's like, well, do I really want to work on the base again? Or do I want to focus on finishing up the fur since I've kind of got the success rate going with it and kind of use that to help inform the rest of the colors because there's quite a bit of freehanding that I need to do on it still.
Freehanding is my thing, man. I do everything freehand.
Freehanding is probably the farthest thing from me to do, honestly. It's probably one of the hardest and most stressful things that I will do on this figure at all.
Sometimes I use like this tape here,
Mm-hmm.
but only for like rather big things like the wave designs, like on the hull.
So,
Mostly things like that.
I have been utilizing sometimes the uh silly putty when I want to do like
Yeah.
airbrushing for something or masking off. Because the silly putty, it's $1 for like a egg of it, or it was $1 for like an egg of it a long time ago. It could be much different now. Um, that $1 silly putty from the corner store, best masking tape ever sometimes because it holds
Yeah.
right to the figure. You can airbrush over it all you want, no issues whatsoever. None.
Yeah. The thing is, I can buy my masking tape for around like €1 as well,
Mm-hmm.
and I get like 18 meters with one roll. So sometimes I just kind of buy like 5 rolls, and then I'm good for like 2 ships.
Oh, so that's one thing that I like is that once you find what works for you, it's always going to work, and that's the most amazing part. Um, but yeah, it's I haven't heard from Battle, so I'm assuming he's asleep or he's having to deal with something. I know he's been going through some troubles here and there. I hope he's okay. Uh,
We will
Layton,
hope it gets better.
yes, I
Layton is at
do.
a wedding. At a wedding, I think.
She is either at a funeral or a wedding. I don't know. Depends how you view weddings. They're supposed to be happy and go lucky things, but you never know. So her and
I
Havula should.
see weddings. I see weddings as a good thing,
Mhm.
but one may disagree with my statement there.
If you find the right partner, yes, it's the most amazing thing ever. When you find a
Okay, in that
crap
case,
partner,
yes. Then don't marry.
yeah, don't marry that. Don't marry that. Uh, yeah,
Don't have to marry some kind of shit. Not needed.
marry what you like and marry what you love. And be happy in your relationship at all times.
But I never had a relationship so far in my soon 18 years of life.
Don't be in a rush. It took me nearly until my 20s before I actually found a relationship. My first relationship. After that, it's kind of been downhill from there.
Did it work? Is the question. But I don't want to get too personal here.
Well, I'm single, so no.
Well, shit.
I'm single. There's been plenty of times in between that we have tried again. It's that my first committed relationship, I did the high school thing,
Oh
the
God,
prom and
the
all
high
that.
s-
And,
the
for
high school
American students,
relationships.
yeah. And it's like the whole Nada Surf popular song from the 90s and like the
Yeah,
three rules for dating and all of that stuff was kind of my life for a bit. And it's like, oh, I see what the song is about now. Um, I didn't date a whole lot in college, or I didn't even care because I wanted to get through it and get out of
yeah,
all of that stuff.
that's understandable. I want to get out of school as well, but it's taking a lot of time,
You
and
have a
so
slightly
my hobby. Yes.
you have a slightly different school system, don't you? Like you don't have the American system where it's 4 years of high school and then straight
No,
into
no, no, no.
advanced or university, and then once you're in
It's
university, you're
it's very different.
yes, uh, and arguably by
You
some.
you can imagine it like you have 4 years of primary school,
Hmm.
and after those 4 years, you get a recommendation for either like a gymnasium, like that's the best the best you can get. Then there's the Realschule and the Hauptschule, which are like the lower levels, like Gymnasium, Realschule, Hauptschule, and then it goes. And I think two more types of schools, but I don't know exactly.
Hmm.
Um, and then you get put into classes considering those. Well, your parents can decide then if you go to a gymnasium or not. But most parents choose for their kids that they go to a gymnasium in the hopes that the kids get a good education.
So
So
what makes it? So I guess either I may this may be the American ignorance in me coming out. The gymnasium, is that kind of like high end school, proper education, white collar kind of stuff, or is
yeah,
that?
yeah, it's like the typical. We earn a lot of money,
Mhm.
but most gymnasiums don't cost money here. Like most schools don't cost money, so you can go freely to them. That's the good thing. But there are private schools where you have to pay.
Absorbent amounts of money for your education.
In comparison to very big private schools, mine isn't as expensive.
Ah, ah.
Like some people pay around 20,000 euros a year, or like 2,000 euros a month, or something or more sometimes,
Mhm.
just for the kid to go to one school and get the basic things, you know?
Yeah, so you get your basic arithmetic, writing, um,
Yeah, yeah.
reading comprehension, that kind of stuff.
And then you can still do your Abitur, like your high school things there, but but you don't get like these advanced courses if you are very good at math, for example. You won't get there
You
that you
don't get
won't.
like the super high end math where you kind of talk about some of the more. Uh, you don't get to be going into like differential equations and calculus 3 and all that kind of stuff. You're going into like
No,
algebra
no. That
advanced or
that's typical. Like algebra and all is typical.
mhm.
That students need to learn about that. But for advanced courses, it's more like those people who have a talent for math.
Yeah, I gotcha. I gotcha.
Yeah, but in comparison to these schools, it's still rather expensive. It's around 2,000 a year, 2,400 a year for me to attend the school. It's a lot of money, but it's worth the cost.
Well,
It's
it's
it's really it's really worth it.
uh, my brother went through this conversation with his wife for his nephew. So the where did something get? There it is. I'm sorry. I was looking for something on my desk and it popped up and I found it. Um, so my brother, his son, they were trying to figure out what they wanted to do at school because in America, public school, we have public school systems and all that kind of stuff. But he
Yeah.
doesn't live in like a really good neighborhood that doesn't have like a really
Mm.
strong school district. So in his mind, he was able to get him into our private school systems tend to be run by the church a little bit more. So we have a lot of Catholic schools. That's kind of where a lot of the memes and the jokes come from for that stuff. Uh,
Yeah, I see it. So it's very Christian based.
the very Christian based school, yes, very extremely. And as long as it's the education focused, it's a great thing because the class size is much smaller there. In America, our educational system is usually overcrowded per student.
Yeah.
Bro, no,
Yeah.
when I say we're overcrowded, I mean we're overcrowded from pre kindergarten through college. It wasn't until I got into my final years of college and my final years of my college degree that I actually had one-on-one time with a professor and was able to actively talk to them in a way that was, beneficial for me. Because I mean, we just there wasn't a reality of it. I mean, the whole joke of you see some of these kids in like these massive auditoriums learning about like large classes like economics and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I don't know if you ever saw the movie Slackers.
No, but
Um,
I can imagine like those big seminar rooms with like the one teacher
yeah,
in the lower area with a very big
yes,
board and a lot of students who look very tired and bored.
yes. That was a handful of my classes through the first 2 years of college, and it wasn't until I got specific to my degree that I was able to actually have one-on-one time with our professors and learn kind of what we were doing and why we were doing stuff. Because once we got into topic specific classes and out of the general population of college, it was look, here you are with um, a class of like 30 people or 20 people or 15 people. I mean, my biggest class once I got into that degree, I think was my CAD drafting class for um, that kind of stuff. After that, it was easy and quick. Uh, for me, it's just
Like German schools are overcrowded as well. So it's rather typical for a teacher uh to be teaching for like 30 to 40 students in a single classroom.
mhm.
But most classes get smaller with time because a lot of people tend to
Drop out.
not want to go to
Yeah.
not drop out, but they get their Realschulabschluss. It's like you had your basic you had your mandatory school time.
Yep.
Then and then they just and then they do practical like a practical education in a certain field.
Which I mean, by some degrees, isn't a bad thing. Um,
It's completely fine, and I really um what's it called, envy. I really envy some people who did it because they now have a stable job and they can work. Well, I'm just sitting here still heading into the books.
but the idea is that once you get out of college, out of your school system, you find a job that quickly pays back your system. or pays back into what it is, what you have. Because I mean, be grateful that's all you're spending on the German side. Because if it was the American side, you'd have like 17,000 mortgages and a debt that you could never pay off.
Yeah, the student loan debts are really insane in the US. I kind of read about that.
It's
And
very much different right now. When I came out of college, they're like, oh, well, it's technically, you have a year to start paying it back, and once you start that auto draft, it went on auto draft, and I never thought about it until I started seeing some of the statements, and I finally got to a financial point internally with myself that I was able to just go, okay, well, we're done paying that off. Um, there's no
yeah,
need there's no need in carrying the debt anymore because there's no benefit in it. So yeah. Welcome in, Sharp.
that's
I've got multi on Discord. I should probably put something up to let people know that that's
if you want to, if you want,
well, it
because
would be coming.
my shit is not worth looking at.
Well, every day that you get to create art and do something that makes you happy, it's a great day. Not everybody has to like it, only you.
That's true, yeah.
I can do this. I have the technology. There, download.
Holy shit. Show that.
This playlist is going to get changed. I don't like it. We're gonna go deep chill and see what happens. So I need to take my watch off. It's irritating me. Mm. Coffee.
Who drinks coffee, man?
Yes, I tend to drink quite a bit of. Well, I only drink more coffee when I am on. When I do this stream, that's when I do the second cup. The couple of times I've done the second cup on like a Friday for one of those long sessions, I'm like, I screwed up. I screwed up in ways I did not want to. I would like to call and get that changed, please and thank you. Okay. I'm waiting for something to download. Yay, it's downloaded. I can take new display, capture, image. See. You ever forget to do something and you go, whoops?
Yeah.
I forgot to click the background that said make it transparent. Really good at this thing. Small parts are points. Returning to painting again. How crazy is that? Uh, Jeff, transparent. So yeah, yeah. Ba-na, ba. Waiting for this thing to download. I don't know why it takes so long sometimes. It's like, excuse me, I'm going to be the most complicated download you've ever done. And we know you've done some stuff. But it's like,
E?
calm down.
Oh, who do you mean?
There we go. And now people can see in the lower left hand corner that OSF Multi is on Discord right now with me chatting away as we paint and do the hobby things together. I'm currently repainting the belt buckle again because I want to change how I did the non-metallic metal on it.
In which corner?
The lower left. Probably
There still is the text.
yes.
Olaf Malte is on.
Yep.
But there is no picture.
There is no picture. There shouldn't be a picture. Hopefully.
Okay.
If I do my thing right, because I need to figure out the overlay piece and if it can be separated. So smiling usually has issues when we're doing the stream together and can never quite get it correctly connected. And it was one of the issues we had with Battle as well, because it would eat his resources essentially. And when it ate his resources, he would not be able to do anything. Kind of deal. Like his entire system choked and was essentially dying. So we turned off the virtual camera and found out that that's what was causing our overload. The issue is with Discord is that I can't change out the call audio, or I can't separate your audio individually. It's all or nothing for the call, which is not bad.
But it's just not the best solution.
I don't know, because that solution works a lot quicker and easier. Because I mean, you get on a call, you had a resource, bam, done. When you're trying to use the Stream Together platform, you have to go through a bunch of hoops to get it going correctly again. And it's like, I don't really need to do all of this, but it's like, yes, you do. And it's like, but all I want to do is have a separate audio track for everybody. Like, I have to separate the track for everyone when it goes live. When you can do, so the other option I had when I was set up the Stream Together was to do viewer call-ins, and that's why I was asking if you got a verified account with Twitch, and you said it was your old account, not this account. So it was like, well, that's not going to work. And I don't want to mess with your mother if I can avoid it. That seems like a unnecessarily complicated step.
It's fair.
Personally, I think there's easier ways we can do this today. Yeah. Thank you for taking the time to hang out with us. And you work on very small ships, and well, I don't know if I wouldn't say they're actively small. They're
rather big compared to the details.
Yes. But you enjoy it. And how long have you been at it?
Ships around 1 year now, like 1.5 years. And generally model building 4 years. Yeah, close to 4 years.
What were you model building before ships?
Various things, tanks, planes. But I started with dioramas due to a YouTuber I found.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know his name anymore, so I
They were
that's
a
kind of
really great
shit.
YouTuber. They got you into a hobby and then disappeared.
Yeah,
That's okay. It happens. I mean, it's hard to be memorable at everything when there's so much content out there right now. Um,
but I had when I was 7 to 10, like in this age range. My dad and I used to make a model train thing,
mhm,
like in those big plate things, you know.
mhm.
But then it kind of slacked off after like 2 years.
It's a hard
Then
thing to.
I then after 2 years or something, and 4 years. And after 4 years, when I was 14, I kind of got back into it because I
Uh,
spent a lot of time playing PC games, and
mhm.
I wanted something else to do besides playing PC games.
I mean,
And I
the
just
sun.
kind of started doing my thing. And now I'm just at it for 4 years.
Well, I mean, there's a difference between playing a PC game and hobby time because I feel like the hobby time is a little bit more rewarding overall than it is if you're playing the PC game because the PC games are fun. It's just they end.
That's true, yeah.
Or they get hyper stressful and they're just not fun kind of deal. So I get you. I really enjoy hobbying
And
over
that was
video gaming
and that was
nowadays.
and I started playing a lot of video games due to a game I hate now, uh, called Fortnite. Yeah, I kind of was trapped in this game.
I mean, a lot of people
A
are. It's
lot
not
of time
just you.
wasted, but I had some fun in it.
Yeah. I
And I
mean,
just kind of quit it because I didn't want to play it anymore.
I understand. I understand completely. I've I stopped playing video games because I just got tired of doing it. It's like when I stopped playing WoW, it's like, oh, it's fun, but it's the same thing over and over again sometimes every day, and it's just like
Yeah.
not interesting anymore. I don't know if you saw the latest release for Elden Ring.
Elden Ring Night Rain.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that looks.
my it looks cool, but I wouldn't want to buy it to be honest.
Yeah, that's what I kind of thought the answer was going to be on that a little bit. Because it's it's Elden Ring
It looks
Fortnite.
interesting.
Yeah,
It looks rather interesting to be honest, but it just seems too arcadey for me.
yeah. I mean, it's meant to be that way, and I kind of don't understand why they keep going back and doing what they're doing with Elden Ring sometimes. Um,
Because in my experience, Elden Ring is a game which will hold itself for a long time.
mhm.
Like a game which doesn't need any new updates or big things like added. It's like the Dark Souls series.
Yeah, it is a
The
great
game
series all
the
around.
game holds itself the game holds itself alive all the time. Like Dark Souls 1 was released in 2010 or something,
Hmm.
and it's still thousands of people play it all the time. So
Yeah, and I keep thinking about going back and playing Elden Ring. There's times that I'm like, I could try to get back and play Elden Ring. Like I've got it. Like I beat the Crucible Knight the first time. I got past Margit. I'm like, I can do it. I can do it. And then every time that I go to like pick it up and try to play it, it's like I don't. It's like I could do something else. Like I could work a little bit more on, put some boots. I can progress my hobby and have my enjoyment um, more frequently than if I was playing, Elden Ring. And it's like Elden Ring is one of those games that no matter what you do, you're going to
It's a
feel ecstatic.
pain.
Well, you're going to feel pain, but the reward is the success after all the pain, right?
Yeah.
Like
It's the
it's
same with the whole Dark Souls series.
yeah. So I mean, yeah, that boss is really hard and it's complicated. It just doesn't work. Nothing you do, you seem to be countered in your build and you kind of like work through it differently. And then all of a sudden it kind of like snaps into place. It
Yeah.
Once you like get that perfect run and you get that perfect boss fight and you like get through it, it's like, wow, that was really enjoyable and you feel that sense of accomplishment. The problem is that you have to get to that point and you have to find those like major milestones, and it's one of those games that sometimes it repeats itself too many times and it becomes unfun as it repeats.
There are people who really like those type of games where you get tortured a lot. I have one friend who is that way. Like he has played Elden Ring like 2,000 hours or something.
Mm-hmm.
So, and he has multiple characters, or tarnished ones, tarnished I think it's
Yeah.
called, which
um
with like new game plus 10 and all. It's really insane.
but that's what brings him enjoyment. So
Yeah.
it it's weird because like I was watching, um was Gab Smulders. She was doing her playthrough of Elden Ring, the expansion, which
The DLC.
yeah, the DLC. The DLC definitely had some interesting points. Like there were some definite interesting things with the DLC. Um,
Definitely, definitely. I'd never played Elden Ring though. I can't judge on anything.
take Dark Souls 2 and Bloodborne and add them together, and that's essentially
I
Elden Ring.
Yeah, I played Dark Souls 2. I didn't like it.
Or I believe that's what people said, or is it Dark Souls 3? I can't remember.
I would guess Dark Souls 3 because Dark Souls 3 it's rather fast, like Elden Ring, and in Dark Souls 3 there start to be a lot of like
Um,
complex enemy movements.
so a lot of people really liked it because it was essentially a combination of all of the games together that From Software has ever produced, like elements that just kind of came from like the parry mechanic system or the importance of the parries from like Sekiro or Bloodborne. It was really popular to parry as well in it. Or you had your, fat roly boy tank builds, and it all worked in Dark Souls
Mm.
and Elden Ring. Um, the aspect of challenge that was in the DLC was like it added quite a bit of interesting story lore, but I felt like it fell really flat and you just kind of didn't care. Um,
The boss fights were good though. Like,
oh, the boss fights were gorgeous. Mesmer was one of the most beautiful fights in the game. Fighting the Lord of Flame and Frenzy was beautiful as well. But like everybody that played it goes, yeah, you kind of get to the end and it's just kind of, yeah, that exists. or yeah, that happened, and it's like, oh, okay. It was actually rather common frustration point with it. It's like the DLC is fun. It's just for whatever reason, this last bit of the game doesn't seem to jive with anything, or it's just kind of stuck there, if that makes sense. So a lot of people just kind of like, all right, well, it's done. I'm not really going back to it because what was it? The guy that's like, let me solo her or
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah.
Like I saw him trying to beat the final boss several times, and it's just like, even he's like, oh man, this boss is just out of alignment with the rest of the DLC kind of deal. Um,
Yeah, yeah. I've noticed that the people rage quite a lot with Radan,
mhm.
like Stargazer Radan, or what his name is.
Yep. Um,
But I can proudly say my friend who has the 2000 hours has beat him before he was nerfed. So
yeah,
I
and I
have
mean,
a Elden Ring addicted friend now. Yes.
yeah, and it's kind of interesting to see like the Radon fight pre nerf or post nerf kind of came down to a little bit of
What the
luck.
and what
It
your
feels.
build was
What's that?
and what your build was.
Yeah. Because I mean, if you watch like Gab Smolders, she rebuilt like 3 times. She did like 3 or 4 different rebuilds through the system because she's like,
Damn.
I couldn't beat them using magic. Um, it just didn't work. Every time it was she she just would like load into the fight, try to get going, and she's like, I can't cast spells, I can't do this, I can't do that. And she's like checking forums and she's like reading through, and finally everybody's just like, just make us blood build or bleed build is what it was. That was
Yeah.
everybody would really lean back on when fighting Radon, and there she's like, I don't want to do that. I'm a freaking mage. Let me cast spells. Let me do what I want to do instead of me having to be like, oh, it's time for this boss. Let me just respec really quick. Um, so that was kind of interesting from that point of view, honestly, with some of the frustrations that I was seeing or hearing. All right, Kitty. It is now time to start building up your other layers.
Holy shit.
What's that?
I am having trouble doing the pendant lines.
You're having troubles with the panel lines?
Yeah, but I kind of worked the way out, so it gets rather easy now. I just have to be very careful.
What
And
is
I
hobby life? I just have to be extremely careful.
and I completely missed the penner line. Fuck me. Shit. God, please. It's very stressful now. Because if the paint dries now, I'm kinda fucked. Gotta repaint the whole shit then.
The whole ship.
No, not the whole ship, but the whole shit. Like there's a whole
Oh,
segment. A whole segment I would have to repaint.
you know, that's one thing that I don't think really bothers me so much anymore. And I've kind of I'm kind of learning to let it go a little bit more. Um, so I have to construct. I constructed that Chimera model from Chimera. They're you can use words. They are okay. Words do exist. Um,
Do they?
they do. They do in fact exist. I'm just silly sometimes. The So a lot of the Chimera models actually have like a lot of nasty joints and gaps in them, and they need a lot of attention sometimes. I just haven't found an effective way of getting those gaps filled without like really frustrating myself. Um,
Yeah.
it that to me is the worst part of model construction. Is like, oh, here you get to build this model. Cool. Also, by the way, be warned, it's going to be the worst model you ever construct.
That
And
with
it's
the
just,
Bismarck from the well.
yeah. Uh, and every time you have to do it, it's like
It
you
feels
start.
it feels like a chore. It
Uh,
feels like a chore.
yeah. So, I mean, the Archer model that I was thinking about entering into ReaperCon, I was working on it, an hour or two every night here and there off stream. It was usually my off stream progress after I would work on something else. Getting like official post made or like processing a lot of the finished stuff. Good evening, Sleepy. We've got Malty in on Discord, so
So
he is here. They're here. Uh,
I am existing.
yes, we are existing together right now. Layden and Smiling are off having their own adventures. I have not heard from Battle Ready, so
But I can do something like that. Second. And then show a shift kit. Does it work? It works perfectly.
but yeah. So I mean, every time that I'd like touched the model and like started cleaning it up, there was like a large chunk of it that had just pure resin inside that I had to go literally delete from the figure, and I was like, oh my god, that's a lot of work.
Like it's the same for me with the Bismarck
Huh?
because the part quality really sucked. So especially on the mast, little thing here,
Mm-hmm.
these little things, they would break very easy. And also the parts are very fiddly because they don't have any holes or strength. So the whole kit just kind of sucked ass, to be honest.
And that's like the Chimera kit. I knew going in that it was. I was kind of like I had like my own mental image of the expectations of painting it because I acquired that Big Child's Creative 75 millimeter cat that I was painting for a number of streams, and she was so much easier to construct, so easy to be ready. Like it's just pull out of the box, do a little bit of cleanup, go. But this Chimera Archer was just, it felt like you got fought the entire way up. And I'm like, why are you so spiteful? It felt like sometimes. So I really had a
Big
hard
up
time.
revenge.
Yeah. And it's like, I would get like a hard time. Like I would make progress on it and be like, I need to put it to the side, make more progress on it, put it to the side. Like, here, give me a second. I can actually show you really quick. All of my Reaper found possible entries is somewhere else. Well, if it isn't Cellabloom, hello. Uh, so we were talking about this model right here. Uh, Originally, all of the pieces in between where my finger's at was full resin cast and flashing that had to be carved out. And it's just,
God.
it's it's one that every time that I thought I was getting somewhere, I would find a new piece. I'm like, son of a biscuit. And you're like carving and carving and carving and cutting and carving and cutting and carving and cutting and carving and cutting. And it was just like
Yeah.
it wasn't like soul crushing, but it was just one that you're like, I,
When does it end?
when does it end? And I'm like, I'm not going to give in to it. So I finally have it all primed, but she's primed in a bajillion pieces.
Yeah, okay, that sucks.
And so it's like, okay, so the first thing I got to do is I got to paint the base. And then once you paint the base, you have to paint like the cloth that's coming up to her. And I'm like trying to like build like a mental idea of what I need to do next every time with her. And I'm like, I'm going to put it to the side for a little bit. She's going to get painted. She's going to get started sometime this year. We're just going to take it in slow steps. She's just going to be kind of like that side project that slowly comes back to life every couple of days. Streams. It's like, oh, what do I want to work on? Well, let's work on this one. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know that feeling too. It really sucks, to be honest. It's like I sometimes I want to finish a kit, but then I don't have the motivation for it,
Yeah, and that
and then
and that's kind
kind
of
of
like
it's it's sitting around and just existing while I just look at it and it's just there.
and sometimes you look over at the kit and you're like, man, you were the bane of my existence for like 6 months. I need to get you squared away. And
Yeah,
then you look at it again and you're like, I remember why I put this down. But you can't let it win, so you have to paint it or you have to move forward with it. Because when you let it
yeah.
win, it just defeats like a part of your soul a little bit, and it just makes you like come back, not want to come back to the desk or come back to what you're painting. And it's like that's not the point.
I I had that with a Revel kit,
Mm-hmm.
like a tank, which like the construction itself was completely bad. Like very flimsy parts were mandatory, so the whole thing just stays together. So it's just kind of it just fell apart all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Like it didn't even care. Like it seemed like the amount of glue I put on just didn't care.
Yeah, and it,
Yeah,
and you're just like I. So that's when you have to make a decision with the
I have
figure.
that here. I have the tank here as well. It's like it was a 9, but it's a really bad kit.
Uh huh.
A lot of flash as well, but that's another story.
So flash, I feel like, is a different problem. I feel like flashing is the equivalent of glitter in the miniature painting world or the model kit building world. It's
Yeah,
everywhere
yeah.
and you're constantly fighting to get rid of it, no matter what
That's
you do.
that's a very good description. Yeah. Like
Um,
if you could take a look at Scott, if you want to. Like this is the turpets. Here. Hello.
hello.
I just placed the turpets with the base here, but shuffle a bit more here. That should work.
I have ads, so I need to grab my coffee really quick or grab my refill.
All good.
All right, I am back. I am back with my coffee. The kitty is fed, so she will be happy. Um, yeah, models that just make you go, ugh, I cannot paint this anymore. Or
And then there are kits or models which are just very fun.
yeah,
And I think when there's a kit you don't like, you can better the motivation with small ideas for some details.
oh, 100%.
At least that worked for me because I didn't like the Bismarck, and then I bought the Tirpitz, and then I put on a lot more detail.
And
And
when you started making it more yours, it became more enjoyable
yes,
kind of deal.
definitely.
That's kind of how I feel about some of the, when you get those figures that just don't jive with you, you're like, all right, here we go. We're going to start doing this a little bit differently now. What's up? All right, you get your time too, sweetie. We have window floof. Um,
Nothing against some floofed.
mm, no. You stay over there, sweetie. I am in paint mode. You have all night to annoy me. Um,
Paint mode is a nice word, man.
what's that?
Paint mode is a nice word.
Yeah, it's like I want to be creative and I want to drive down and get this stuff squared away. Because, so I was talking to Cryo Cheese a couple. Well, okay, hold on. We have kitty interaction time. I was not able
Totally
to
fair.
stop her from
Totally
getting on
fair.
the desk. So we have kitty paws on. Just agree. And we need just a little bit of pet time. Um, I was able to talk to uh, Cryo Cheese, and I asked him a question about how he would try to tackle something, and I was like, "Oh, that's interesting," and really helped me get motivated to doing something because I was painting a piece of it, and I just was not happy with what was going on with it. Hi, gorgeous. Mm.
I gotta place the cam once again, but correctly this time.
But I hope you're doing well, Cellaboon,
Ah,
Cellabloom, Sully.
that works.
We start talking about horses, maybe Katie will show
God, I don't know anything about horses though.
up.
The only thing I know is that the sausage from made from horses is very good. That's all I know.
So there's been a person popping into chat frequently, Katie Lou Who, and she's done some like horse painting or painting on like small miniature horses the size of your palm. And she's like, you look at it and you go, if you didn't think it was the size of your palm, you would think that it was a real horse. Are we
That's
having
very
fun?
impressive.
Are we having fun, child? Hmm?
Child. Holy shit, man.
Sometimes I refer to my cat as a child, but she's decided that now is the time to clean and lick her paws on cam. And where should she clean and lick her paws? Right in front of me.
Definitely. Only in front of you.
Mm-hmm. Not on her, not on your cat tree, right in front of me. Best place to do that.
Oh, for sure.
Mm-hmm. What is cat?
I'm 100% supporting the cat in this take.
I figured you would. I figured
Well,
you would.
it's a cute cat.
Um, okay. This playlist. You. We'll see what it does. We'll see what it does. Okay. All right. Nope. You are doing that moving around, which means it's time to get off my desk. What? Hmm? Huh? What? What do you want to tell everybody? How am I evil? Hmm? You want to tell them how
Oh,
I don't give you all the pets and love and attention? Okay. Okay. Yes, everybody thought you were going to get huge, be massive. You're not. So, hey, here we go again. So we're going to be working our orange around. And I don't need to be gentle. I can get my bigger brush out and use it. I don't need a small brush. I don't
Not
need a
yet.
small. That's the number one thing that I always forget sometimes. It's like, oh yeah, I need to do this thing. And it's like, oh yeah. Since you don't have to be careful about, or you don't have to worry about anything yet, use the biggest brush you think you can get away with. Because you can always repaint it after the fact. Um, and really, you're just trying to get this base coat down so it starts making sense. And you need it down on everything. So, what are you studying to go to school for? Just out of curiosity.
Currently, it is just the basic high school thing, so it's not like
I gotcha. You're
well,
not specific.
well, high school for you for the American view is more like you study specific fields. Is that correct?
High school is more generalized. They have been
Yeah.
trying to make it more specific to kind of like help reduce college time, but I don't know how it's working right now. I don't think it's working all that well. They've tried to get like to help lessen the dropout rates. Really, um, there's been a push to kind of uh, make class more interesting and more relevant to what you're doing and how you can use it. A lot of math people that I know right now, like if you talk to like accountants and math teachers and math professors and or not math professors, but people that like actively use math all the time, they will tell you how much it's almost unanimous and consistent, or a common trait is they could not stand math in high school.
Then
Like they
they ended
hated
up
math.
doing, and then
Because
they up doing
yeah,
math.
well, it's about the practicality of how you use math. Because you know when you're in school, you're like you're learning the rules of um, algebra. What are you going to use algebra for? Like, who needs to know about the fence? Like, who really cares? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Um, so for a lot of people, they don't see how it connects or how it like becomes useful for them. Uh, so there
Especially
was
for people who have a plan after school.
yeah, and it's hard because I mean, if you don't understand how you're supposed to apply differential equations or what's the point of like differential equations, like right now, I couldn't tell you what the point of a differential equation is. I just know it exists.
I
Um,
couldn't tell you too.
I I have a minor in math in my college degree, and I do not
Um,
cannot tell you about differential equations.
yeah,
The
because you don't use it in your day-to-day life.
I don't use it in my day to day life. I didn't see how it applied to me during college. And none of my courses really applied it, so it was just kind of one of those. It's like, okay, we'll file this under stuff I will never ever use. I saw it again on the fundamentals of engineering exams, but that's about it. It's like, okay, this is my life now. So
Yeah,
it's
I couldn't imagine doing that, to be honest. Like engineering, no, no.
that. So it depends on the engineering that you go into and where you get to do work. A lot of what I do is a lot more straightforward than people realize. My hardest problem is trying to get the client to understand what our solution is going to be and presenting that forward. Um, but how does it apply? How does it function? What is the benefit to you? That kind of stuff isn't, you know, when you're in college or when you're in high school, you don't understand the importance of algebra and like the rules of algebra because what did you do with it?
Nothing important.
Yeah. So you kind of
We
forget it
just
and you kind of
kind of
don't care about it.
we just kind of solved equations, and then it was just okay.
It's like solve for X. No, I found it. It's right there. And it's not kind of until you get to, um, because I mean, it was a problem when I was in high school. When I was in high school, Lord, that feels like forever ago. Um, but it was how do you like a lot of students who are kind of looking at it, it's like, well, isn't there supposed to be like an equation or something? Because that's kind of how we were always taught that you were supposed to be solving for X, is that there was always like a special solution for
Yeah, yeah. I know what you mean.
it. That's,
It's
you're an
it's
overachiever, Sal.
always it's always this kind of there's a certain way to do it, and then when you don't get the thing that you're used to, you just kind of say what.
Yeah, and you kind of start looking at it and you're like, what am I doing and why is it important? But Sal said in chat, they taught themselves algebra because they didn't like subtraction. That's fine. So is it heroin or heroin? To go back to something you said earlier today.
Uh,
I do a
did
lot of
I,
work.
did I,
I concur with this. I concur. Um, but yeah, so to try to combat dropout rates in college or dropout rates in high school and trying to make sure that people are getting their high school educations, they've started modifying high school a lot more now in affluent areas, i.e., your big cities. And they started doing STEM schools and separating out different aspects of that to help
what is
encourage people.
what is a STEM school?
STEM is math, sciences kind of stuff. So, like your engineers, your scientists, your electrical
So specific
engineers.
specific schools for specific things.
Yeah, it's kind of for specific things a little bit more. We'll get to that one in a second. I like it. Um, so they've started introducing things like art as well into STEM school because engineers should not be allowed to design how something functions. We should leave that to the artist. If you've ever wondered why, think of something that you've had to buy or use that you were just like, why is it this way? And why is it so awkward and crappy? That was designed by an engineer. If you go to the pineapple machine, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, they might be adding an A and make it STEAM. But so your science, technology, engineering, and mathematics people are like uh, academic high achievers. So you're going to find a lot of your engineers, you're going to find a lot of your technologists, thinkers, builders, robotics come out of STEM, and mathematics for like statistic reports and statistical people. It's a really interesting idea because you start helping people. Yeah,
The idea, but it's not my type of world.
yeah. Uh, welcome in, No Mana. I got Multi on a Discord call right now, so what Stella was saying, the trusty Thesaurus on heroine, heroine is in the superhero or the hero of the story. Main character, frontline fighter, super. I like it. I like it. I like it a lot. Um, but so we no, you're not. We were trying to find ways to do stream together, and they're not an active streamer, so they could not join the stream together call. So we decided to do a Discord call and hang out there. So they are currently doing art on their side, and Osoft Multi works on building
Yes.
dioramas for World War II ships and other dioramic
Okay.
things. And they do some
I've
really
planned
interesting work.
I've planned a tank diorama as well.
Ah.
Ah, yes, but it will take another long time. Gotta finish up the ships first.
Well, you gotta clear the desk. Clear the desk so you
Yeah.
can start your next project. I am doing super. It's been one of those days where I went to the grocery store. I was walking around. I was like, man, I don't really need a whole lot this time. Really happy with that because it's, the grocery store and it's never fun. It feels like. And then I got to come home. I did lay down and take a little bit of a nap and then went for a walk, had some tacos, and got to be on here painting and working and getting my fur texture coming up. We're getting my base under fur coat thing squared away for this guy so I can um, start wondering what I'm going to do with the rest of them. Because I still need to do a lot of freehanding, but I think that's going to be an individual stream in its own right. When I do all the different freehanding for the stripes and the patterns. You melted at noon, picking up a dagger. I told you didn't need any more sharp things, and you go out running in there, and you pick up a sharp thing.
Hard things are nice, man. I have 4 knives, so
So I don't know if you've ever seen No Mana in chat. They have a handful of swords. Well, I should say they have a medieval arsenal, which is very
that's
impressive. It's very
I
impressive.
love that. I want that.
3 handfuls. Handers and halves, full handers, Japanese katanas, one spear that you didn't know what to do with, or a halberd, I believe is what you called it, or is it
That,
just a
that's a
spear?
that's a collector hobby too. So
Yeah,
love it, man.
and they've done full
Love it.
polish on them and keep 16 swords, one spear, bow, and a stupid amount of daggers and knives. I feel like the only way to correctly measure your collection of knives is a stupid amount.
A stupid, almost inhuman amount. 7 axes is insane. But 16 sports is a
Well, I mean, yeah, it's a handful. You put it in a bag and you get a handful. Or you get
and
like one
hope
of those long carrying cases and then you just like fold it up. Like you take like something long like that, you put it in your case and then you fold up the two sides and you get a handful. Creative accounting, I can help you with it. Creative counting. That's what we're going to call it. So that's from now on. It's no longer counting. It's creative counting. Artistic math. This is Puss in Boots. Um, Puss in Boots. So Daniel found miniatures, an Italian sculptor. He would do reimaginations, or he would sculpt imaginations in his head of different types of fairy tales. And he sculpted Puss in Boots, modeled after Shrek for some reason. So he's got him slumped in a chair. He's missing his boot and his hat. They're currently hanging off because I needed access to paint the chair at some point. I haven't painted the chair yet. It's still in primer black. Um, but he's sitting on, a ball of yarn, which I plan on doing all up in red, white, rainbow colors, and just kind of mixing it up that way. Good evening, Antifreeze. How are you? Uh, so yeah, he's kind of sitting on a throne of lies because he, probably ate all the food, and he's just frustrated. Uh, I have not seen the new dagger. I have not looked around in different discords. Do you have it posted somewhere? Give me a second. 1 second. There you go, sir. We're about to find out, Antifreeze. We're about to find out together. That is a pretty dagger.
Looks very good.
Yes. That is a very pretty dagger. Um, it always amazes me that there was high polish on them at the time. A parrying dagger.
I'm jealous now. I want that too.
So No Mana is actually a collector and a dealer of stuff, if I remember correctly. Sold out. Well, I mean, it was made in the 1400s, so and don't expect many of those surviving right now. Do you ever see the guy on YouTube? Restorations. Something, something, something. He's a Swede. He's Swedish, I think. Um, that would restore stuff like that. Or did a lot of restorations from World War II. Ah.
Oh, I've seen that guy. He once made a he restored a MG42 or MG34, one of them.
Yeah. Yeah, he did a lot of restorations of lighters and air pistols. Sometimes he would do some small pew pews, but I always found his stuff to be like super interesting when he would like start converting it and building it. It's interesting to me watching that come to life. Woodlass. Interesting. So there's a company out of oh, I forget the name of the knife company, but they make kitchen knives that cost 2-3 grand a pop, but they're out of recycled metal. Um, or recycle like they would recycle old steel tools that were no longer going to be used for what they were used for.
No kitchen knife would be worth more than $100 for me. Like 2 or 3 thousand is insane for a single knife. I mean, I
Part
understand if it's like a sword or something, or very very big, yes, totally okay. But for a kitchen knife, no.
Heartwood Forge. That was who I was trying to think of. Shop Knives of Spring. Upsweat shop $985. That was the guys I was thinking of. So I found them, and I've looked at them several different times, but they do really interesting handle patterns. They'll use like boa wood and interesting types of woods as well. Um, it was Alton Brown that turned me on to them for cooking. But I was like, ooh, that's pretty. That's too expensive for me, anyway. Yeah. Uh, they were interesting because they did recycled materials. So they used a lot of old bandsaws, reforged it into kitchen knives. Oh, I'm sure I will. Another creator that I have followed, I haven't seen him post a whole lot, or maybe I'm just missing them. Was Stark Knife Creations out of Montana. He did Damascus and drop point kind of style knives. He made a lot of pretty things. Typically did epoxy handles though. You're going to use the cloud technology? Who are you and what have you done with No Man a Man? Your friend must be like, oh, he's on. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, if it works.
If it works, it's like a lot of extra steps. That's all I'm saying. Garbage day. Does he only do it once a week on a specific time? And does it get delayed a day for holidays? That's That's one reason why I can never get into that stuff. It's too expensive for me. More power to you guys, but not it. I say not it. No, that's the other thing I meant to do really quick. If Cell's still about. Huzzah! To the tip of. If you're still out there, Cell, I dropped a link to where he came from. He does limited sculpts, so you have to catch him and be watching him for his work. Uh, this guy was originally going to be a tribute to my fallen friend, but as I started painting him, I realized he can be a tribute to another fallen friend. Yay! Quail nuggets. Be safe. Bum, bum. So I mean, I feel like that every time I have pizza. It's like, yes, let us devour this in excess. What is your favorite? Oh, no. Your favorite foods are sausages, right, Malty?
No, it's fish liver.
Fish liver. I never got into
Yeah.
fish as eating.
Yeah, when you're from northern Germany, it's kind of typical that you like fish, so I'm just kind of granted the title of the disgusting one in the friend group because I eat fish.
Nothing wrong with fish. Um, just don't be like crazy Canadian Jay and air fry anchovies. That's it's like my one request.
Like, I do not air fry anchovies because I don't even have an air fryer, so
um, it's one of those fish that. Well, I mean, Ginger did send off a unladen swallow last night to GW to complain about something. I never found out how it went. I went to bed. I didn't care. Or he randomly puts up like a counter, or he had a counter going on his stream, um, for something, and I was like, everybody's trying to guess what he's counting down or up to. I'm like, is it the speed in which he can send a barn swallow to GW to file a complaint? It's ginger beef. Yes. Your guess is as good as mine. I think he was doing it just to see how long it took before someone said something.
rather test the boundaries.
Um, so there was a guy that was doing a DJ station, and DJs don't always have music that they like to play, so they would play variety music quite often, and they would play different things and kind of shift between different genres of music. Every DJ kind of had their own little thing, but they all made sure to have like the popular music on their PCs, and they could share and be ready to go. Um, he did not like Daft Punk, so every time that it came one more time, there was a stream, or when he was doing his show, it got requested and he played it. And the record it was at was 25 times before somebody goes, "Man, this is a really long song." So I always think of that now, and it's like whenever I like hear a song go on too much, it's like, oh, we need to put an end to that. Because it was the
I
one night I
can.
was listening to that anime lo-fi list, and it was constantly coming back to one of the Spirited Away songs from Miyazaki and uh, a Studio Ghibli song, and I just could not get away from it for my life. And I was like, son of a biscuit.
But I just sit here listening to the same song for like 7 hours straight.
You want to know the fastest way to get past not hearing a song ever again?
Tell me.
Set it as a ringtone for one of your friends.
That's actually an idea, yeah.
Um, Back in the day, we used to spend money to get our ringtones as music. And the running joke was is that the moment you set it as a ringtone for a friend, you would never hear it again.
Didn't even know that you had to pay for ringtones back then.
Yeah, back then. Best music, 1 hour plus on repeat. Theme music for the last of the Mohicans. Oh. Welcome in, Hobby ADHD. I've got Multi on a Discord call, and we're doing a co-hobby. Most of the stay-at-frame folks aren't around today. I'm unsure what happened to our friend Battle Ready. I'm concerned just a smidge. Um, we're currently working on our Puss in Boots. I'm working on getting his fur squared away right now, and then we will worry about the rest as we come up with it. But I hope you're having a grand day. Yes. He will be a entry into ReaperCon as well. Uh, I'm really grateful that I was able to talk to Cryo Cheese about how you would tackle the orange because it's working out rather well. I still need to do quite a bit of work. I need to get his orange bands in there and then figure out how I want to do his chest with the ginger tendencies because cats tend to have a chest that are not or not patterned. Sometimes they can be multicolored. So I'm pondering if I want to just keep like tan and stripe it, or just go with like tan and lighten it up. I don't know if I can enter disgruntled man. There's case size requirements, so unless you're like Jace to face size small, you may not fit. Age of Sigmar in months. Wow. Was it fun? Was it one of those that you're like, I don't want it to end, but you have to end because you remember that you have your newborn you have to go tend to?
But I don't know that feeling. Okay. You have to tend a newborn. Holy shit.
So
What an
yeah, I don't think
example.
you're gonna fit in the case. We'll have to miniaturize you somehow. Hold on. I have an idea for a cosplay now. I have an idea for a cosplay. No mana. You and Jinja. Just hear me out. Just hear me out. Hear me out on this. You guys
Oh
dress
god, here it
up
comes.
as the two old cronies from the Muppets, and you get a little balcony that you guys walk around together with, and you judge everybody that walks past you. There we go. I've solved the world's problems today. Uh, yeah. Let me give you a permit. Let me drop that permit for you. I'm always interested in knives. Ooh, those are pretty. Those are pretty. Those are pretty. So I kind of like the reverse drop point. Um, I I never understood. I'm going to be honest with you. The difference between a sharp and unsharp kitchen knife until I sharpened my own knives. I never understood the difference and how much easier it made life in the kitchen. Which reminds me, I need to put all my knives on the sharpening list because it's about time. Um, it's lack of knowledge and understanding how it benefits you, honestly. If you've ever watched Joshua Weissman, he's a Tex out of cook out of Texas. He's all right. I don't know if I'd call him my favorite YouTube cook. Um, he did. He was doing a cook with his wife, and they were like challenging each other. His wife's not a cook, and she's like sitting there. She's like trying to chop food or something, and she's like, "This knife is dull." I think part of what it is sometimes is lack of knowledge and understanding on how to use the knife and how if you use the tool correctly, it will help benefit you in the long run or success. Yeah. And that's kind of why I looked at the Heartwood Forge. It's because they did like super expensive knives, but at the same time, they were great quality and they would help hold their edge and they're not going to be like super bad. Like I have a Henkel and something steak chef's knife. Uh, that's really fun to work with. I really enjoy it as a chef's knife, but it's not the same quality as a Japanese steak knife. Yeah. There's been a couple of times I've knocked my knuckle using a boning knife, and I'm like, oh, that didn't hurt or that didn't cut, and then realize I like knocked a chunk of skin out of my like knuckle or something. I'm like, whoops, that did hurt, and I was in fact bleeding. Yeah, it's the same thing that what happens when people cut their hands off with or cut fingertips off with like shop tools or saws. Like when you hear those stories, most of the people are like, I didn't even feel it. It's just jump gone.
To my dad.
Yeah. A lot of people that ended up like losing pinkies or tips of fingers when they were using like a table saw. They didn't feel a thing. It wasn't until like they realized what happened that's when it started being in pain. Yeah, that's a lot of what happens is that you don't realize what happened until it happened. You're like, oh, take a sip of coffee. I have ads starting here in a few moments. Just as a heads up.
Painty.
Red Bull lad. Did it give you wings? Smiling Beagle shared 73 photos. Nailed it first try. Um, Soul Blight Grave Lords versus Goblins. Ooh, pretty. Hi. Hello, gorgeous. What's up? Yeah. So when you're playing Path of Glory, I'm assuming that's a slightly longer format than normal. Hi. Hello, my love. I am safe and I am here. Yes. Who's a gorgeous kitty? Who's a pretty kitty? We have kitty tail. Uh, I do have someone that's working on an emote of you doing a pouncy. Yes. Mm-hmm. Is there something you need? Yeah. I was watching Tabletop Titans do narrative game with orcs versus blood angels at one point. And that's one of the things that they were learning quite frequently was how much it cost and how much the time was off stream trying to figure out what happened. Like the hero healers and all that stuff. Because I think once you actually get in game, it goes quicker. It's just, you got to go through all of that stuff and remember all of that stuff again. How many, how long is the campaign against or how long is each? Because I mean, each narrative campaign is, it's more than one act, right? Or more than one session. Mm-hmm. Can I help you? What? Hey, hey. We don't bite. Hmm. Do you need to go back to bed? Do you want me to open the window? Is that what you want? 3 arcs, 2 scenarios, each respect the evolution of my vampire lord. My friend did similar with his goblin leader. Yep. That actually sounds like a really fun way to play, quite honestly. Because, like, it's hard to have interest and get your interest into the army. I mean, if you're going to paint the army, you're going to paint the army, but trying to find, like, a way to keep it, like, super interesting. I mean, it's hard. Um, my brother, I have a family member that has allergies in his family, and they're having to be careful about all that kind of stuff. So yeah, because army projects are they can be soul crushing if you're not careful.
Kind of army project.
So for Warhammer, painting up the different armies, sometimes
Oh,
they can be. So you have two or three different kinds of armies that you can build up. So you have horde type
yes.
armies, or you have like low count model count armies. Um, so for like your horde armies, you have like a lot of units you have to paint, like a lot of units. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Um, so you have to like be really driven to paint the 300 blobs of Necron warriors. And you're like, oh well, it's easy. You just get some silver spray, spray them down, wash them in Nuln Oil, and dry brush them. You have to
Yes.
build 300 Necrons.
It
Yeah,
seems fun, to be honest.
yeah. So you have to build like all of those. You have to build the 300 armies. You have to build the 300 units, and then you have to paint the 300 units, and then you have to base the 300 units. It's
I'd love
so
to do that.
rough. What's that?
I would love to do that. It sounds very fun, to be honest.
Um, so you would want to look up something like Necrons or Tyranids or Undead, like Hobby ADHD's painting Age of Sigmar, and they can be very fantasy based and very pretty and fun to paint because the models are much more intricately done. Or you can find like orcs from 40K. You know, they're like the big goofs of 40K and like the British goofies kind of deal. But once you get them built, it's just like, all right, now you got to do it like 400 times, or you got to do it like 300 times. But you want to make like every unit just slightly individually unique, so you can tell what's going on.
Makes sense.
Yeah. So Path of Glory Crusade for 40K. Yeah, your army grows as time goes on. Or can it also shrink depending on how the battle goes? Just out of curiosity, hobby. Because I thought it could shrink too. Like depending on your scenario that you were playing. Yeah. So it becomes a war of attrition as it goes on sometimes. Like if you were doing like an orc versus blood angels kind of deal, like they were doing on Tabletop Titans. One unit had a small section that they could do, but they could also have a rescue scenario to help bolster their ranks, kind of deal. Which is interesting because it's kind of because it kind of leads to some fun aspects of like the 40K lore or the Warhammer or Age of Sigmar lore and how your vampire lord became the vampire lord.
Makes sense.
But those aren't the game. Uh, I did tacos. I did white people taco night. I'm not ashamed to say it. I'll do white people taco night. You can come at me all you want.
Please define white people taco night.
So there is a meme that is out there that's called "It's White People Taco Night." We're getting um, we're getting the taco seasoning from the packet, or no, we're getting a can of enchilada sauce and we're mixing it with some hamburger. We're getting shredded cheese, and then some people toast the tortillas and some people don't. but it's like you cut up like some tomatoes and you put them on there with taco meat and cheese, and you just eat them that way.
So it's just like butcher tacos.
Essentially, yes. But if you went and ordered like tacos from like a real Mexican place, it's like some kind of better meat, well seasoned, usually with an onion cilantro type. Uh,
Like I never had tacos, so
you are missing out on one of the greatest things in life.
yeah, that
Uh,
may be. But
Tacos,
there are no stores in Germany who sell tacos because it won't be profitable.
wings are delicious too. Depends where you're getting them. If you're getting Korean fried chicken, 100%.
I have a question about those wings. Uh, isn't there like the possibility to order boneless wings?
There is a possibility in America to order boneless wings. Yes. Um, boneless
Oh,
wings are sometimes processed patties and sometimes not. Just depends.
so it's basically just a roulette if you get real meat or not.
Yeah. Boneless are just
Yeah.
nuggets. Essentially, yeah. Yeah. That's what I was remembering about it, Hobby. It's actually sounds like a really fun way to play Warhammer. But boneless wings with sauce, yes. It depends where you order them from. Some places are going to be a lot better about them than the others are. Like when I was mentioning Korean fried chicken, they tend to make their own blended uh, boneless nugget.
Korean fried chicken.
Yes, Korean fried chicken. So the
I have heard of
Koreans,
the I have heard of the Kentucky fried chicken thing, but never of Korean.
um, so it's a difference of opinion on how you prepare food with the Korean fried chicken. So Americans and British and some people, when they fry, they try to fry with like as little oil as possible because we believe it's fat and unhealthy. The Koreans,
America. Fat and unhealthy in America.
yeah,
Who would have guessed?
yeah, the Koreans believe that you should bathe the chicken. So
In a lot of oil.
in a lot of oil, you should fry it, and it's usually got some kind of batter that really puffs up and makes it delicious. I really like it, um, just because they're different, and it's not Kentucky Fried Chicken um, and it's usually freshly made.
But it's good then.
Until next time, Hobby ADHD, you enjoy, you be safe, and you keep that beautiful baby healthy. Um,
Yes.
but it's delicious and it's good, and it's a lot better than my standard offerings that I have present. So I don't mind ordering it and buying it rather than going to my normal places. Um, Antifreeze was talking about Raising Cane's a couple of nights ago, and my my favorite go to is Korean fried chicken now because there's a place not too far from me, and it's usually made fresh. So you have to order it ahead of time, and when you get there, it's not something that's been sitting under a heat lamp for a while.
Like with, I don't have much experience with like fast food places, as the fast food culture in Germany isn't as prevalent as in America. It's just like the option when you are on a mostly when you're on a road trip or something, and there's nothing better to get. Like most of that, or when like it's a kid's birthday or something. But very few people go to the fast food places daily.
Mm-hmm. 'Cause, I mean,
understandable because people pay a lot of more attention to health here.
yeah.
Like obviously, like they're they show it more before I don't want to offend you, man.
Um, so a lot of it's changing too, even within the fast food spheres in America now. Um, it's starting to become more. They're trying to make it healthier, but it's never going to be healthy because it's fast food, essentially. But you know, talking with like people, and even my mom has realized it. My dad's starting to realize it. Is that it's the accessibility for like my brother. He can't like now that his daughter is here and the second child is present, eating in and having like the proper sit down family meal and having it prepared on time is not always going to be a reality for him because he has to be constantly moving somewhere. Or he's running like one of the kids somewhere, or they're going to be kind of both busy doing like separate things. Because eventually, what happens is that the daughter is not going to be in the same thing as the son, and the son's not going to be in the same thing as the daughter. So now you have to split and you have to go in opposite directions all the time. And it's kind of rough when you're trying to like prepare food. I think somebody pointed it out one day on a football seasons here, as they had jokingly said, and said, "So your choice is to eat dinner as a family at 3:30 in the afternoon or 10 p.m. There's no in between." Kind of deal. Um, so it, fast food became popular and became required because families were just on the move all the time and they didn't have enough time to sit down and cook and eat, sadly. And now it's starting to catch up to us again, or moving easier, catching up faster to us, kind of deal.
As a person who doesn't really eat fast food, I don't really like it. It's just it doesn't
It
taste
it
good
lacks a lot of
sometimes. It lacks
height.
yeah, it lacks culture.
Yeah, it lacks like
Because
intelligence and soul.
I
Really.
would rather eat in something that is made locally or something that I know comes from a regional aspect or that comes from a region
Mhm. Um,
than just ordering a burger from McDonald's.
so that's one of the reasons why I like enjoying the Korean fried chicken, or one of the things that I haven't been able to do in a long time because I'm running solo most days is Korean barbecue. Uh, if you ever get a chance to experience that dining enjoyment, I would strongly encourage it because
Is
what Korean
Korean
barbecue is,
barbecue,
yeah.
is it with the guy in front of you just
That's
grilling?
hibachi. Um, that's slightly different. So Korean barbecues, they usually have a fire pit in the center of the table, and they have a grill on it,
Yes.
and they bring you long marinated types of meats, and you put it on the grill and you cook it in front of you, and you get to eat it in front of you. And it's usually served with like rice paper, radish, pickled radish, seasoned cucumbers, kimchi. They'll usually bring you out bits and pieces of like soybean um, paste kind of sauce, or sweet red chili sauce, and usually pink Himalayan salt. Sometimes with sesame oil, sometimes without. But it's like you get to eat all that meat in front of you, and you get to share it with friends, and it's like a really great group experience to do. Um, Japanese hibachi is also a lot of fun to do as a group because you get to sit there in front of you know, the grill together with your friends, and everybody eats and enjoys at the same time, and it's a lot of fun. Like that's a cooking experience that is a lot of fun to have. Like just doing that thing with people. I always encourage it. and always like to do it. Um, but it's one that's best to do as like a group of people rather than an individual person, if that makes sense. Hi.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yes.
So I wouldn't, you know, it's kind of fast food, but at the same time, it's not because it's, Korean barbecues. Sometimes what people will talk about is bulgogi, which is a marinated steak. It's usually sometimes sweet, sometimes spicy. It just depends on who's asking what to make. Um, but it's usually one that's usually marinated overnight kind of deal. Hi.
Said,
And
but with the barbecue culture, I think in Germany and the USA, the barbecue culture is rather big.
I own a smoker, and Antifreeze is in chat. I think me and him want to have a smoker duel off at noon one morning or at midnight and start preparing our foods. Um, Smithereen, sometimes that hangs around in chat as well, has done different kinds of cooks and comes from like a different region of the states, which originally created what's referred to as burnt ends. Burnt ends was the piece of the brisket that was believed to be unedible to people. So the store owner started splitting it off and selling it as like an appetizer for people to eat. But yes, I can talk for a bit about barbecue. I do enjoy it. It's delicious. I do own a smoker. I smoke all kinds of meats. This weekend is kind of a smoke-free weekend because it's um I want to be a little bit simple and basic on my food. So I got some hot dogs and uh hamburger meat to do like tacos and stuff. Be safe. Enjoy. Don't choke on a bone. But I have smoked wings, which are delicious too. I still have one more package in the freezer I could unfreeze and do for dinner one night.
Like it's, we don't have a smoker, but we do have a normal barbecue thing, like normal
Uh huh.
grill, and we
So,
just kind in the German culture, it's just when it's above 10 degrees Celsius, then it's the perfect time to make a barbecue. Yeah.
uh, the very first order of ribs that I have ever done, like for myself, and I mean from raw to cooked, was on a standard barbecue grill like you're talking about. I looked up how to do it, and it's like what you do is you set like the burners the farthest away from the meat to like the low setting, and you just manage a cook temp and you smoke your meat that way, and you get like one of those little like wooden smoking boxes, and you soak your wood chips in it, and then you just kind of like put this thing out there, and eventually it'll smoke. It's like, oh, okay. My sister-in-law still talks about those ribs. My brother came down a while back and had some of the current versions that I have with the smoker, and he's like, "What the crap?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's gotten better, sir."
If it gets better, if it gets better. So my
Um,
English is so ass.
I find that investing in myself for the enjoyment of cooking makes everything better.
Of course it does. I have
Uh,
that feeling with baking. Baking is a lot of fun for me.
I was never much of a baker, but now that I can smoke, I can probably bake. It's just I don't have the patience sometimes for measuring out stuff. I'm like, I don't want to deal with this right now.
But you are painting minis, so I kind of feel like you have it,
Yeah,
right?
it's like one of those things. It's like, okay, I guess we could do that. Um, it's just it's one of those that starts to feel better about
Yeah.
slowly over time.
A lot of people have negative experiences with baking.
Baking is
And
one of those though that when it goes wrong, everything
it's
goes
still
wrong. I feel
not
like
everything.
like it's
Like
one.
if you kinda um do a dough wrong, then you can still save it by just adjusting the temperature and just putting it into another form. Like if you wanted to make a cake and then you just kind of make a mistake during the dough and then you just suddenly make dough muffins, you know? It's a lot of adaptability as well.
So my experience with baking is that sometimes I'll do something, follow all the steps, and then get to the end and go, "Whoops, that was wrong." Because it's bread making more. So for me, that what I would do for more baking. I'm trying to eat less sweets. It's hard.
Of
It's
course
really
it's
hard.
hard.
Um, but the so for my one of my partner's birthdays, I did beef ribs and we made our own dinner rolls. Um, we made a Japanese milk bread dinner rolls. So you end up making a tingzong and then you mix in all the stuff, but we had to make two batches. So I had two pans and they did not rise together because the second batch was a little bit smaller than the first batch. I was like, whoops, because we could not get them to rise because everything was like, I guess, too warm or it wasn't quite right, but they were still delicious.
Good, it's all right then.
Yeah. Need to get more yellow in the sky. I will need to switch to water here in a little bit. But my water stuff is all downstairs.
Water stuff.
Oh, cups of water.
Oh,
I'm trying to be better about my plastic consumption and not using as much. So I bought one of those Brita water containers that you can keep in the fridge. And then I have one of those tall water cups that has a straw in it, like one plastic straw that you reuse constantly. Um,
Like one of those big Stanley cups or what?
yeah, one of those big Stanleys or Stanley off
Got
brand
it.
because I'm not paying for a Stanley.
Are they so expensive or what?
For what they are, yes, they're extremely expensive. So rather
What,
than pay for it,
what,
I bought one of the off-brand versions.
what do they
Um,
cost?
the off-brand isn't too bad. Like you look at it, you go, for what it is, I don't mind. But
Yeah.
I use it instead of plastic cups, and I'm trying to drink less bubbly water because bubbly water sometimes can destroy your appetite or your metabolism. So I've been reducing my bubbly intake to one drink to like one a day with dinner or something. Now, keep in mind, I have not actually verified if bubbly water will destroy your appetite, but given that the flavoring and it's a 0 calorie drink, it's probably true because it's got some kind of chemical thing in there to do a thing it's not supposed to be doing. If you know what I mean.
The best thing to drink is water anyway. So
Yes. So it's
it's the most clear thing you can drink.
yeah, and it's not the worst thing, and it's just I am terrible about remembering my cup because I don't want to have like 1,000 cups in my office. So I try to carry one or
Yeah.
two around with me. And then it kind of cuts down on dishes as well. So that's kind of why. That's kind of why.
And with the whole Stanley Cup thing, or like, I always wondered why people would pay a lot of money for a big cup.
Um,
Like, why would you spend so much money on a cup which does the exact same thing as a thermo bear, like a thermo drink? Oh,
so
they
some of
want.
it is just status related. And it's, wanting to stay up with the Joneses, wanting to utilize something that's really good. Stanley, so I've grown up, I remember the old Stanley, uh, what is it? The old Stanley thermoses, like the big tall
Yeah.
green thermoses that we used to have as kids. Like you've probably seen 1,000 of them, and that's what they used to carry, like all kinds of like water, or they used to carry like coffee was more common the thing back in the day. Um, and they had like this massive green thermos, and for some people, what it was is that the thermos came back into style because cold water actually helps curb your appetite and helps deal with hunger pains sometimes. Um, and cold water
I
is
didn't
more
know that.
preferable to drink than warm water. So everybody's like, "Oh, it's great," and then they're like, "But the Yeti cups, they were so great." It's like the Yeti cup is. Oh,
What,
everybody wanted a
what,
tumbler kind of deal,
what is a Yeti cup? The same thing as a Stanley Cup, I would presume.
minus the straw.
Oh, so it doesn't have the same looks.
So it doesn't have the same look, and it was just kind of like it was like a gigantic beer tumbler in that kind of regards. Like you have your
Oh,
steins
yeah.
that have the
Yeah.
handles, but then you would have like a tumbler look, which was just basically which you would get like a normal beer out of, like a stout or something. I don't remember all the different cups that people have
These
beers for.
cups are very expensive.
Yep. And some of them sit in a closet and never get used.
Stanley Cup prize. Now I wonder. For
I think what I ordered was a Hydro Flask.
like even on Amazon, 1.2 liters, 50 euros. But it looks very boring.
So the cup that I bought was a 30-ounce slim insulated thing for $10. Maybe $13 from Walmart. I think I walked in one day, saw them on sale, and bought them.
That's fair, yeah. Starbucks pink Stanley Cups won't be restocked after causing chaos at Target and reselling for $200. Holy shit.
Oh, thank you, small parts, sharp points
So it's
coming
just
in with
like
the awesome
a whole new
people.
market of just cups.
1 second. We got a raid coming in from Small Parts Sharp Points. Welcome in. What were you working on, good sir? What were you working on? I've still got Malty on the background. We're talking about the stupidity of Stanley Cups. What's your opinion? So the cup that I bought is like $10 from Walmart, and when it breaks, I don't care. When I go to the office, I'll actually use like a massive tumbler, and it gets rinsed out. Ginger beef. I'll take them. Ginger can come with me. I had no mana hanging around here at some point, so we'll get those two together, and then I'll get them convinced to become the old men from the Muppets, and he can hang out in the balcony and just judge me for endlessly for using Chimera single pigment paints.
Hostile takeover. Damn.
Oh, Ginger's just a sassy old. He's just a sassy. He's just sassy. He's a sweetie. You would praise me? Oh, I got Ginger praise. Yay. But yeah, we're just working on our Puss in Boots. I'm trying to get the fur. I think I've got my orange, tan, brown coat kind of down. I'll ponder what I want to do for the orange, darker orange stripes and striations later. Kind of working on the face right now, trying to get him looking kind of good. I mean, considering I didn't have any of that painted, I'm doing good. I repainted the buckle. I want to redo the non-metallic metal on it, though. I don't like it. I didn't like the colors I was using, so I'm going to redo it. But I have Malty on Discord, and he's currently working on one of his ships. We're just kind of hanging out. Unfortunately, a majority of the Stay in Frame folks are not present today, so it's just us hanging out, being chill. Also, question for you, Ginger. When he comes back. When he comes back. We'll ask him. We'll know when he's back. He'll be sassy.
This has
Well, he's Canadian, so. Some of it's small. Is I'm just very particular about the color and the ordering that I put my paints. I've I have learned the art of the puddle.
art of the puddle. Damn.
Well, so I usually go left to right. So I start black if I'm going to have it on my palette, and then I'll have white like to the far right. But when I'm mixing my colors, I try to come in between the two and make my puddles that way. So this is oxide and cold yellow mixed together. This is more cold yellow and white, and this is cold yellow and white. And I have an idea of the three colors that I'm going to use, and I try not to like overload my palette with the what I'm mixing up at any given point.
That's good.
It gets I mean, there have been times I've filled out my wet palette. And I mean, I have completely screwed up my wet palette going, well, if I want to do another project, I need a new sheet.
What sheet?
So we typically use parchment paper on top of a wet sponge. And that is what keeps our paint from ruining the sponge. And then the emotional damage. That's how it works, small. Emotional damage and trauma. But so for Jinja, I had a question. Oh, did you ever get a response via pigeon from GW about your SAS that you were providing them on the latest version of paints that they produced? You don't want to know. I recently had it redone too. Had it cleaned up a smidge. Oh, they're liking what you're doing? I might run from that. I did meet one of my neighbors today. They came and knocked on my door. I was literally trying to nap today. And I got a knock on my door. And they're like, where did you get your fence from? I want to buy it. I'm like the guy at the end of the freaking block. You want his number? I'll give it to you, sweetie. Please leave me alone. I was trying to nap. And of course, it's after I popped a Reese's peanut butter cup in my mouth. I was like, why? But why?
What is a Reese's peanut butter cup?
What? You don't?
No, I don't. I don't
Oh
know
my
it.
god. Malty.
Yeah, oh my god.
My,
Yeah, oh my
malty.
god.
Malty. Okay.
Yes.
A Reese's peanut butter cup.
I don't know it, man.
It
I am not the American, you know.
So Hershey's chocolate created a peanut, so they get like a candied peanut butter. They get a thin
What is
disc of,
Hershey's?
it's a chocolate company. Big chocolate
Oh,
company in
okay.
America. I know you Europeans have real chocolate because you use
Yeah,
milk.
I just kind of found Hershey's, yeah.
So the peanut butter cup is a thin layer of peanut butter, and then on top and bottom of it they have chocolate, milk chocolate typically, and they just kind of keep it together. So when you bite into it, you have a peanut butter cup is what they call it. It is, I don't know why it is so divine to have chocolate and peanut butter together. The closest thing that you could probably find in Germany would be something called a Buckeye, which is usually a hyper candied peanut butter ball dipped in chocolate, and it resembles like a Buckeye um, sort of deal. It's from Ohio, so I believe that is a highly German influenced candy, or it might be a Swedish candy. I'm not quite sure.
That doesn't sound tasty at all.
You would be surprised.
The peanut butter ball covered in candy. Damn.
Well, it's a peanut butter covered in chocolate.
Yeah.
So
no.
You wonder why we have health issues too. We come up with candies like that. Jace the Face just gave me a shout out to 24 of his viewers somehow. I don't understand. Which means he might be rating me here in a few after he got done screwing up Blood Bowl. I'm not sure. I haven't checked my email. I probably have one too.
The American candy culture I have no contact with.
What's that?
I have no contact with the American candy culture. It is it's
So
a
the
topic I am not too keen about.
It is a dangerous culture because we have access to so many candies now. And that's part of why it's hard to avoid stuff. But once you start getting into it, you're like, oh, wow, this is like really good. But the problem is that you can't be having a Hershey's chocolate bar every day.
Yeah, especially with these prices. 43 grams for €1.80. Damn.
And I mean, some of it is so, I mean, you know, there's better out there. Like if I got a Hershey bar from, or something that would be like a Hershey bar from Great Britain or Germany, it would be so much more better and it would be so tastier. We went to
I think Hershey's isn't being sold in Germany because it's deemed not quality food.
Yeah, you're correct. You're correct.
A lot of American food isn't sold in the US, isn't sold in Germany, in European countries, because it's just
It's
deemed
bad.
unhealthy.
Yeah, you're not wrong. So one of the things that's
uneatable sometimes.
Yeah, one of the things that's really amazing is the bread culture that pops up. Because you know, in Germany, you buy fresh loaves of bread every couple of days. Like it's not uncommon.
Or
You know,
you buy different types of bread.
Yeah.
Or bread rolls for you.
And then you guys even have your own slicers there. The loaves are constantly made fresh. They're not.
Yes.
It's not something that's been sitting out and made to last for like 3 months.
No, definitely not. The loaves you can buy if you don't eat them in less than a week, then they are already molding. So it's very fresh and very
So I mean, it's a different aspect of how you live, and it really does take tolls in what you do. Because for the most part, I've tried to cut out eating bread. Like if I'm having hamburgers or hot dogs, one of the things that I've tried to do is start looking for brioche buns or trying to find like bakery fresh brioche stuff.
I would just imagine that you just eat the burger without the bread.
No, I can't. I've tried that before. It doesn't work.
Would be funny though.
So I do have more bagels to eat from Dave's Righteous Bagels or Dave's Righteous Bread. He's a guy that kind of saw what was happening with the bread market and started trying to create simpler breads. Uh, I do like having that toasted and getting some hot honey and butter on that thing. Mm-hmm. That's some good freaking eating right there, boy. Uh, but yeah, that's part of the problem is that a lot of bread is not considered healthy in other states and other countries, and you're like, oh, maybe we need to evaluate why. But it's like,
Also, the people don't want to buy like imported American food because it's so expensive.
yeah,
It's
no,
like one of the biggest push factors.
yeah. So when I was talking about my partner and making our own milk bread rolls, they are. I used the same recipe for burger buns one day, and the difference that it makes is absolutely unbelievable. So it's a Japanese milk bread recipe essentially, and it's got like 58 grams of sugar in it or something on the entire loaf, but it's so freaking delicious. Like the moment you like everything about it is just almost life changing. Uh, and it's like, yes, this is what we need to do more. So
Okay.
I just have a question for you, Ginger. You mean to tell me the email they sent me about joining the 2K club wasn't, you got that too, and I'm not special? No, no. We're going to human centipede it, Ginger. You're going to be the head of this operation.
German centipede. Holy shit, man. But I won't be the German scientist, okay? I will not. I won't be that guy.
I am very much behind you. I am very much behind you. I'm getting a little late to my painting journey, all right? Oh. Yeah, I'm always going to be on that one. I've just kind of accepted that. So, since you're about Ginger, I wanted to throw this idea out. I don't have anybody to talk to about it. I could talk to Multi about it, but Multi, he's not used to mixing his own paints all the time. If you were going to do a black leather jacket, would you do black violet and then highlight it up that way from the black violet range? Blues at the highlights, yeah. So you go black and blue and then add more blue and blue and blue and blue to get up to where you want it to be. Yeah, chromatic black. Yep. Okay. That's that's kind of where I was thinking. I just hadn't. So I'm trying to break up all the different pieces of leather on the figure and making them all slightly separate and trying to texture them different. Like his, I need to turn up the exposure on the camera really quick. I turn it down when I'm working on the skin because the white washes out from this. Yeah. I mean, everything's changed in my imagined world. But I'm trying to make like the belt different than the boots and the boots different than the chair. And then I want the jacket to be kind of more on the black aspects or the black leather. I'm okay with this being a brown black and then working my way up that way. And then this can be brown, kind of a red brown washed out kind of deal because it's going to be a worn leather belt. And then the underside of the jacket can be a gothic crimson, violet, red sort of deal along with this piece back here. And then I need to figure out what I'm going to do with the chair. I'm just thinking out loud about some things. And I have ads starting soon. And I need to grab my water cup. I will be right back. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, I'm going to take a small break from what I'm working on, and we're going to work on something else. We're going to take this cold yellow, mix it in with the violet again, and we're going to start building up our brown frigate.
Kitty,
What's up?
I'm gonna head out for today.
Thank you for hanging out with me. It's much appreciated. You be safe. You enjoy. And remember, you're doing awesome.
Thanks. I'm not hearing that often, so
If you ever need it, I will gladly kick you in the butt to remind you.
I will try to remember. I will try to remember that. Yeah,
All right. You take care, sir. Be well.
you too.
Uh, okay. We're flying solo again. Multi's gone to bed. Be safe. That's what I was doing. Raymond Cocteau. Who would? Was that? Which one was that? I remember Demolition Man. I watched the movie. I watched it a lot. Be well. I remember him now. It's kind of weird that you lose sight of who is the evil boss in the plots when it was just that. It's like, were you really the evil one, sir? Were you truly the evil one? Well, yes, he's the one that let this violent criminal loose. Did he? Not like that. Too fast. Take your time, add it in slowly. Praise and be well. That's what I need. Mm-hmm. Okay. Now we continue. Did you know, Ginger? Moral tattoo. Oh, did you know in that movie, Ginger, they changed the restaurant that survived? So in Europe, I think it was Pizza Hut that survived. And in America, yeah. So one of the movie facts is that it was Taco Bell for America. For America, it was Taco Bell. For other countries, it was a different restaurant. Yeah, it was different for the country. So North America, I think it was Taco Bell. For Europe, I think it was Pizza Hut. Can you imagine having to be Sandra Bullock and Arnold Schwarzenegger to record those lines and do a voiceover? Also, I'm surprised you're not quoting Rush Hour, because we all know that was the best movie ever with Jackie Chan and Chris Rock. Or was it Chris Rock? I forget the comedian's name. Still, Demolition Man was Stallone and Sandra Bullock with Wesley Snipes. I'm just giving Ginger a hard time right now. See how many weird buttons I can find. But it was I Rush Hour was always kind of like a weird movie. They were trying to recreate the magic of what felt like Beverly Hills Cop, but it did not work as well. Yeah, Rush Hour was Jackie Chan, and I forget the comedian's name. It was a black comedian. It was a pretty good comedian. It's just he just did not seem to pop off the way it was supposed to. Or this, the first one and the second one just weren't the same. Chris Tucker, thank you, Smithereen. That's the comedian. Ginger, you in a sassy mood. Man, you really don't like Rush Hour. I feel like it can't be because of small. It's too small. It's not Small's fault. We can blame Small, but we deep down we know it's because ginger beef. Oh. I mean, it was a good buddy cop movie. It wasn't the best buddy cop movie, but I mean, it was all right. We all know the best buddy cop movie was Beverly Hills or Dragnet. And I'm talking about the Dragnet with Dan Aykroyd, which I'm surprised they haven't tried to redo that movie. Oh my God, Dan Aykroyd could deliver on the back in the day. But his humor was so much of an acquired taste back then too. I mean, oh no, I should have shook that up more. Oh well. What are we going to tell these kids that have never seen this before? It'll grow back. I need a zoomer. 1 second. Be safe, small. Remember, no matter what Jinja says, you're okay in my book. X and O to you. X and O to you. All right, Ginger Beef, I have a question for you. Those feel like they're too thick. Yeah. Maybe the two will work. I don't know. How do you keep your brushes from not bending? Specifically, small brush. So I have the Phalanx from Game Envy, or I have the Chimera. Like specifically the one brush. Um, for whatever reason, I feel like the tips bend and they don't work as well on these, or they don't last as long for me. And they get splayed. Yeah, they just like that. So sometimes, like the Phalanx, you can't see it on this, but it feels like the tips of them curl a little bit more, just because it's something's bent inside of them, and I was just curious how you've dealt with that in the past. Could be the answer is you don't, and you know stop being a dumbass with your brush. Um, so what I was looking at before I asked the question was, um, I was looking at the DaVinci ones that I have ordered that I haven't used yet. Because I I have a problem more when I'm using like fine detail. So on this non-metallic metal for this belt, I want to try to thin. I want to make sure that I have that hard shadow between like the filigree, and then I want to edge in and make sure I have that separation line between the ridge of the belt and the flat spot right there. I can't use my normal wide brushes, so I have to use my thin like zero brush, and all of my zeros or my triple zeros or double zeros or whatever feel like they're betraying me sometimes, and I know they shouldn't, but I feel that way. I'll put it on my wish list to get a set of rosemary and co's though. But I was looking at the twos and ones that I had from Da Vinci. Take a sip of water. Water is so delicious. Mm. Yeah, this is, you know, when it's hyper wet, it just kind of it, it's one of those things that I noticed about myself, and I put a hole in my paper. Yay! He had chicken wings, and he's probably working on one of his big stompy robots again. So, eating wings. I knew what he was doing. Did you go boneless or did you go bone in? Mm-hmm. Nom 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 nom. Always bone in, yes. I do like a good bone in wing. Have you ever tried to smoke your own wings, Auntie? Okay. I was just curious. Um, Sometimes what I would do, one of the ways that I found was to follow a binging with Babish method, which is smoke them for half an hour at like a low temp, like 250 or 220. Pull them off, crank the smoker up to 450. Once it reaches 450, toss them back out on the smoker for another half an hour, flipping halfway through. I would strongly recommend greasing the grate. And you're going to have some crispy skin. Some crispy, delicious skin on them, some bitches. Working man. That just reminded me of another old movie from the 80s that Ginger probably doesn't like. What was the one with Amelia Estevez and Charlie Sheen, where they were working as dump men? Men at Work. Men at Work. That's what I wanted. Because I, I only have you to talk. Like, I got you and Antifreeze to talk to, and Antifreeze is eating wings, which sound delicious. Get some good smoked wings, toss them with a good hot sauce. Mmm, fine eating right there, man. Fine eating. Need to get this filigree down here. Were they brothers? Or were they just really good friends? I believe I remember a line in there saying something about it, but I don't remember them if they ever really? I mean, after he went Tom Cruise crazy, I don't think they would be brothers anymore. Mm-hmm. Mm. Um, did you ever watch the John Oliver special where he was talking about truck driving? A partner sent it to me back in the day. And he was like, so we're here to talk about the trucking industry. And all he could find was the Casey Kasem, BJ and the, what was it? It's a TV show. But the truck driver had a pet monkey. Yep. BJ and the bear. And John Oliver just loses his mind. He goes, wait a minute. But what about the monkey? What about the monkey? Casey Kasem can't fit in the story of the monkey. That's how wild TV was back then. Oh, that's a good one, Ginger. To be fair, I've also said that to my neighbor, and he's a huge Marvel fanboy. I'm like, why do we go see the movies? Like, I went and saw. Ow, 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 ow. You can calm down, little miss. You can calm down. We're having a serious conversation about movies right now. All right, this is very serious. Hello, how are you? Ow, that is your claws are sharp, sweetie. Um, I went and saw the last Final Reckoning for Mission Impossible. I have so many questions about that movie. I don't even know where to begin. And I don't even think I could answer the questions if I had a Mission Impossible expert nearby. Um, but I think one of the actual recent good movies was the Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse movies. That series is, I look forward to seeing that conclude. Hi, how are you? Hmm? I love you too. How are you, sweetie? Sorry, I have cat. Cat attention is required. But I mean, the Mission Impossible, The Final Reckoning, I was confused by the movie simply because there wasn't a lot of dialogue in it. It was quietness, it was music, and the music was extremely unforgettable. Like, I remember sitting there going, are we not going to talk? We're just going to action? What are we doing? What are we doing here? Tom Cruise, I know you're crazy, but let's get let's get to like a story. You know what I mean? I meant to talk to a coworker about that recently, but I forgot. Whoops. I have a Tuesday conversation now. Uh, so there was a time I liked like Tom Cruise movies, like the first Mission Impossible movie. That was that was good. Like I watched it, I'm like, this isn't a bad movie. After that, it got a little cuckoo. But I like a good spies. I like a good spy movie. Like what is the Robert Jordan Redfern and Brad Pitt, that spy movie? Spy Game. It's one of my favorites to watch just because I like kind of how he played his game. Burn Notice is great too. Um, a couple of those seasons can get pretty rough to watch, but man, that's always a fun watch. Yeah, I remember that. It was the check washing stuff. That's one that stuck out to a lot of people. He's like, son of a biscuit. Um, and it's one that I think they wanted to wish they could correct. No, no, stay over there. Thank you. No, sweetie, sweetie. Right now is not the time. Welcome in, Helga. I hope you're doing well. My cat is deciding that she wants to be all over the place. I'm working on my Puss in Boots right now. The kitty requires some attention, so I'm giving it to her. Uh, Kind of working on his skin and his belt buckle right now. Yes, hello, my love. She was asleep, and then, you know, I started doing a lot of talking, and she's like, "Oh, let me go see what the human is up to." Ba-da-ba. How are you? Who is my sweetie? Oh, who is my sweetie biggity? Yeah, it it gets hard because I'll pull the magnifying glass down and I've got it in a different position, so she gets on the desk, and then every so often she'll find her foot in like one of the wet pallet wells. I'm like, son of a biscuit. I'm like trying to like carry her off and get it cleaned up, and then she's like crawling all over me. I'm like, all right, we're done for a while. What's up? Yes, I love you. You're so sweet. Oh, early seasons ginger beef are great. I would recommend it. Um, there are some spots that can get kind of rough to watch, but you'll get you'll be fine. You'll be fine. It's got oh, why can't I think of Sam Axe's name? He was Ash in Evil Dead. He was Briscoe County Jr. Why am I blanking on his name? Bruce Campbell. Bruce Campbell is freaking hilarious. You heard an individual of great class and intellect. Some drama. Okay. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Hey. Okay. Are you done? Hmm? Are you done? Do you want to go? I am the wolf in your sheep's clothing. You are the drop of. No, you're the water drop on the wet palette that screws up my paint consistency. That's what you are, Ginger. I feel like you need a Darkwing Duck walk on. Hello, sweetie. Be like ginger beef. I am the water drop on your wet palette that ruins your paint consistency. I am the humidity that dries your paint out on your wet palette. I am the spicy paint water. I am the water dropper. You need. You're not Batman. Calm down. You're not Batman. Hi. I'll accept you being the Joker. I'll accept you being the Joker. The Midnight Toker. We don't bite. If you bite, I'm going to kick you off this table so fast it's not even funny. Are you done, sweetie? Hmm. Okay. Feel like you're done and you need to move. Come on. Let's go. Get down. Okay. Yes, thank you for chewing on the end of the art book. Great job, Cat. Of course she is. Of course she is. She sees the kittens outside. Therefore, she's going to stare at them. And you can see how much she wants to play with them because you can see her tail flick. Woohoo! Is it big stompy robot time, good sir? Yeah, buddy. Under the banners of heaven, fucking evil story and a great. That actually kind of piques my interest a little bit. Ooh, wow. I would take a lot. We have ads coming up shortly. Hmm. FYI, he's set to aggression. So it's probably bitch that triggered that one. Well, so the answer to the question, Jinja, or what I was going to say is that I grabbed a generic list that was kind of based on a business list that someone published on Reddit. So it contained a lot of words. And I'm like, oh, so it was always like overly aggressive at times because, I didn't know. It'd been a while since I'd streamed. And you got to be careful with, various folks coming in. Could be unsavory. But I did update the list and I removed bitch and biatch. Because that, it's just trying to make sure you have a safe place for everybody to hang out in. And it's like, all right, let's take the corporate IT approach. Ban everything and then unban as you go. You're okay, sweetie. Can I ask you to calm down, please and thank you? Yeah, and it's sometimes it's funny and sometimes it's like, oh, I didn't mean for that to be banned, but it's kind of hard to go through the list. Hi. Hello. Okay. I need you to please be somewhere else. Okay? Please. I've got like another hour in me. Maybe two. But, can I, have some time and do what I want to do? Mm-hmm. There you go. Thank you. Ooh. Because we're not all blessed like you, Ginger, to have every mod under the. I don't have a mod as awesome as Jace to help keep me safe. Let's be honest. I might have to add you antifreeze just in case. I've got King around sometimes. I know they're usually in the evening hours can be over socialized. And then you have Layden's usually hanging around with me as well, but she's currently off at a wedding. Yeah. I just holding off just a smidge. See what life happens. Bye. Nah. Shenanigans. Itchy. You know, that's what the brush ends up looking like after a while. Like when it's not wet. So when it's wet, it's fine. But when it dries out, it gets frayed and ragged. Katra. Hi. That is not a safe place for you to be right there. All right? That's where I keep paint and water that I don't need you getting into. What? What? I need dongle. Uh, I'm gonna do a super awesome thing really quick, like Face does. Okay, sorry about that. I had to. Antifreeze mods for a couple of other different channels, and he was offering the mod for me just in case someone was getting sassy or I needed assistance. I just ran and got the cat. Hopefully, the laser pointer keeps her interested for a little bit this time. Ah, yes. We hope that you do get your rest. You do need your beauty rest, no mana. What is beauty rest? I mean, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. You're beautiful to me, no mana. Oh, Ginger. Oh, Ginger. Ginger. Come here, Ginger. Uh-oh. There's some smaxy time going in the DMs. It is a pretty tiger. Something down through here. A car finished. What are you doing in a car to finish? You taking lessons from Jace? Oh, that's sweet of you. Be working on Saturdays. Um, alcohol or food, or a gift card for food would be my answer to that question. Well, almost every Saturday. Wow. Is that their busiest time to be at work? Something more permanent. Have you considered a painting? A throw rug? A set of coasters? Tea? A cup? What do you mean? I don't know about that, Auntie. I don't know if I'm up for that. Oh, I don't know about a three-tier cake rack. Maybe a charcuterie board that says shark coochie. Because antifreeze, you said, like I said, you know what? It'd be great if you do non-metallic metal on everything. It'll be great. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. I do believe it. What did you? How did you fuck a foot up? You're horizontal trying to sleep. Also, if you fuck a foot up, now you have to add when I was in bed to the story. It's like crap stepping pillow. Oh. To be fair, walking is one of the hardest things we do. A drug deal? Is it Jace to face? Offering to take him to Dreamland? I know someone that did that at work. Jumped down a manhole, broke an ankle, and then they had to fill out all of the safety paperwork. And they go, "Do I really have to do that?" And someone goes, "Yes. Yes, you do." Then welcome in, Mark. I hope you're doing all right. Sorry, there's no Layden for you to swoon over tonight. I'm joking, of course. But trying to bring out a little bit more detail on the books for the gold. On this miniseries you were talking about? Yeah. Okay. That's good. Hmm. So, have you ever watched Last Night in Soho? It's kind of a ghost horror story. Um, it was kind of interesting. I usually don't do horror, but that one was kind of interesting to me. It's a movie about it it's kind of one of those surreal ones that you think about, like the you didn't know who the killer was until the end, sort of deal. Oh, that's a good one. Uh, I was gonna say, have you ever watched the Menu? That was a really interesting thriller, suspense, horror kind of show as well. The Menu? Oh yeah. It actually that one's high, should be high on your list. It's right up your alley. I watched that one and I thought it was really good. I thought it was actually really really good. And I don't really go for horror at all. See, that's a recent movie though, Jinja, and you liked it. So it there is thought into who's making the movie. I've watched Jinja 5 times. That I know for sure. So cute seeing you two. Don't refill in the toilet. Just as a point of order. You can refill, but don't refill in the toilet. All right. I think I've taken this gold as far as I can take it. Quite honestly. I don't think there's much more I can do with it at this time. So we're going to slide our magnifying glass out of the way. No. Stay over there. Okay. Red dot, protect me for a little bit. Please and thank you. Oh, shit. Well, I've got the violet here. No. No, no, stop. Sweetie, I need you to. One second. 1 second. Second. It looks like rain. Oh, snack. You know what you could do is you go out there and you get the soap and you just put it on the car and let the rain rinse it off. Da-na-na-na-na. Violet. Oxide red. Okay. I mean, so there was a guy apparently that worked at a auto repair shop, Advanced Autos, for before he came to work for a company. And he was telling stories about how every so often what they would do, or someone would do, is they'd come in and they'd be like, oh, it's about to rain. Let me get a bunch of car wash for my car, and I'm just going to have the rain wash it for me. Yep, we're in full zoomy mode right now with Katra. Full zoomy mode. So Just a bit, no mana? That's usually the case for you. Oh, really? Not this level of tipsy. One second. That's a bit for you, sir. But I also have this. I have my card. It's working for me right now, so it's reminding me of how I'm mixing my paints to get them to where I want to be too. Um, One of the nicer parts about using signal pigments and mixing all my own colors. Oh, keyboard's being a little evil now, isn't it? I understand now why he said blue. uh, itch my ear. We do have ads in 2 minutes. And it's probably going to be the last ad break for me. Um, I have something else that we need to take care of tonight. And I did not get a full night's rest due to my judgment. Take care. Get some rest. Wake up tomorrow, you beautiful human being, and enjoy your dinner with friends. That's starting in a second. I'm going to slide some things to the side and let them roll. So Jason Statham isn't always a bad. Like they're not always bad. It's just I don't know. Kind of burned out on action movies like that. He does a lot of them. I'm just like, okay, whatever. Yeah, I usually like if I have to watch them, I'm usually not disappointed with them. I usually find them to be entertaining. Um, I actually kind of like the Expendable series with him in it. I don't like the way the jacket's working. So we'll come back to that. Oh yeah, his belt buckle. We could do that. Or a shoe buckle. Did you ever watch The Beekeeper, Auntie? I never did. I'm just curious. It's good. So you're gonna do all of your nights in the same rust lined lining, all of them. Okay. I mean, you have a chance to stop now and reponder your life choices. I mean, it always does. That's one of the things that Anne points out when she teaches sometimes. If you want to level up your mini painting game, draw a dark line between two things. Oh, I mean, he could be. I was sent from him to punish you, Jinjo. He was like, that guy. That guy. That guy just needs like a small reminder every so often that I exist. Ah, I mean it does help. I could see how it would help on those because you have those large flat surfaces and you need to break them up just a smidge. Yes. Yes, Lord, he remembers. Though we would like to have one refund, please. I know the answer to that one. No. Any other questions today? I see what you mean about the black and blue, and then taking it up to blue. Just my brain's not processing it right now, so I'll deal with it later. I'm pondering if I just want to do this in black and blue on the other side or do it in a shade of gray. And then do this chair with a this wine color. I think actually I think that might work better if the chair is in like a wine color. You know, dummy, it would help if you paint the right art. So are you running the... I see what you're talking about with your rust. I see what you're talking about with your rust. I'm sorry. I was thinking of the flat panels. I'm sorry. Yes, the undergrowth of the rust is a very nice thing. Just sucks because you got to do every freaking line of it. All right. So I think that's going to be nice. I think that's going to be nicer. Because I like the burgundy red wine chairs. I I think the inside of the jacket would look better as a gray. One second. Should go with darker gray. Your gray is too close to the base, and you're never going to have the ability to differentiate darker with it. I'm thinking that's going to be what I want. I'm thinking that's going to jive turkey with me just right. think that's going to be my plan going forward. We're going to toss up our closing time, and we're going to start a raid here in 10 minutes. Who is actively on? I do not know. We're going to take a few moments. No, it's going to be Monster Den for it. More than likely. Yeah. That's going to look. It's going to fucking look popping bad when I get done with it. Yeah, I think that's what it's going to look like. Just need to get his coat down here darker. I want you to be darker. transparent too quickly. That's not the right color. It have to be something closer to oxide red. Honestly, I need to use oxide red as this. It's trying to highlight color. It's still too bright. Tamp it down. Tamp it down. So we take our violet. Take our oxide red. Mix the two together. Take our oxide red. Thinking something like that. I need to. I feel like I need to build in like a texture on the smooth leather, or you build up a creamy blend, one of the two. I'm not quite sure which is. I'm not sure which way I want to go with it yet. Actually, that gives me an idea. Heyo! You're catching me towards the end, Layden. How are you? So I got Puss's orange tan skin kind of figured out. You just got home. Well, I guess that means we're about to go all night, baby. Let's rock and roll. Reworked a lot of Puss's orange skin Friday and today. We got him all kind of there. I need to get his patterning figured out, what I want to do with him. Just a small. I'm trying to figure out what I want to do for like the rest of it. So I thought I was going to want to do a burgundy inside of jacket, and I decided not to. So I'm going to do it just gray and just kind of have it be gray and black. But you know, experimenting around a lot. I need to do a freehand for all of his stripes and get a pattern going for it at some point. Yeah. Let me turn this down just a little bit. And you can see how nice the fur actually looks in comparison to what I had done before. And then, you know, I have the I decided I wanted a burgundy somewhere on this, and I was trying to think if I would want it just like the centerpiece to be burgundy, but I think I'm going to do the whole chair that way. And I might do like this piping as a darker color to make it stand out. Kind of like here on the front piece. It should be all burgundy with like a dark brown brass rivet. Yeah, you got a little buckle painted up. Got most of them squared away. I have an idea of what I want to do for the black leather, but I need to take a break from him and call it a night. So we're going to push the raid out button to Monster Den Minis. We're going to see what he's up to. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out with me. Ginger Beef, as always, love you dearly. I am always impressed with you and your wealth of knowledge. Thank you so much for your ideas and suggestions. May you all have a lovely day, a lovely weekend, and may you stay safe, sound, and enjoy.